Before you got your plugs in.
So that you know how like the nose gets smaller.
Right.
Before you even take an 85 and put it on.
It's terrible. Go to a real mechanic away from your dealership.
But the lighting's pretty cool. It's actually like old hard lighting noir.
How long did you buy a new?
There's no way I'll ever be doing that like that.
No. No, it's got this very straight.
It's just true.
Remember,
Oh, you just car. Oh. What have you been doing with the car? If there had something stuck in your ear for the last. Here we go.
Okay. You ready? Here's the deal. We're going to have about 30, 40 minutes together, and y'all won't ambush me every 5 minutes in the hall. Deal? Okay. Probably not. Yeah. I tried anyway, didn't I? Okay, so the Mueller report is complete. I have a phone call with Attorney General Barr at noon about what's next. What's next, I hope, will be that he'll come to the committee, release as much as possible of the Mueller report. What are the things that can't be released? Grand jury information is prohibited by law from being released because it would compromise the grand jury process. He, in his letter to me and Senator Feinstein and others, said that he's asking the special counsel team to help him with the information that may be covered by the grand jury statute. Classified information, I don't know how much, if any. That would be something you'd have to think about. And pretty much, if the administration claims executive privilege about anything in the report, that would be something I'm sure he would consider, and we'll find out what the determinations are there. But those are sort of the broad outlines, in my view, of the limitations of sharing the information with the public. My desire is for the public to get as much of the report as possible, consistent with the outlines that of concerns I've just announced. As to my relationship with the special counsel inquiry, August the 3rd, 2017, I introduced legislation, the Special Counsel Independence Protection Act, with Senator Booker, Coons, and Tillis. At that time, there was a lot of chatter by the President and others about Mueller being on a witch hunt, and that chatter continued. I just wanted the public to know that I believe that special counsels now and the future should be protected to the extent possible. And the reason I introduced the legislation as a Republican is to let people in South Carolina and the country know that I thought Mr. Mueller was not on a witch hunt, and that Mr. Mueller was highly qualified and the right guy to pick to deal with such a difficult issue. As to Mr. Mueller, on March 14th, 2018, the only reason that Mr. Mueller could be dismissed is for cause. I see no cause when it comes to Mr. Mueller. He needs to be able to do his job independent of any political influence. I pledge to the American people, as a Republican, to make sure that Mr. Mueller can continue to do his job without any interference. November 2018. I am confident the Mueller investigation will be allowed to come to a solid conclusion, that there will be no political influence put on Mr. Mueller by Mr. Whitaker at the time to do anything other than Mr. Mueller's job. I am confident that Mr. Mueller will be allowed to do his job without interference. January 2019. Since his appointment, I have supported Special Counsel Mueller's ability to conduct his investigation without interference. Well, the report's over. It was completed without interference. And from the day that Mr. Mueller was appointed, I felt that he was the right guy at the right time for the American people to give us a definitive answer about whether or not the Trump campaign or anyone associated with it worked with the Russians in a proper fashion in the 2016 election. It's clear to me from the 4-page summary by Attorney General Barr that the Russians did in fact hack into the DNC. The Podesta emails, it was the Russians. It wasn't some 300-pound guy sitting on a bed somewhere. And the conclusion was firm, without equivocation, that no one on the Trump campaign colluded with the Russians when it came to the 2016 election. As to the obstruction of justice matter, apparently the special counsel gave some of this and some of that, and Mr. Barr and Rosenstein concluded that the evidence was insufficient to move forward on obstruction of justice by the president or anyone around his team. So I hope soon to have as much of the report released as possible. And what happens next? What happens next is that I have been talking since 2017, the end of 2017, about the other side of the story. And nobody much appears to care, but I hope you will find some interest now, that the FISA warrant issued against Carter Page, based on a dossier prepared by Christopher Steele, is at a minimum disturbing. Whether or not it's illegal, I don't yet know. So I'm going to get answers to this. If no one else cares, it seems to be Republicans do. And that's sad, because if the shoe were on the other foot, it would be front page news all over the world. The double standard here has been striking and, quite frankly, disappointing. I am 100% convinced that if the Republican Party had hired Mr. Steele to go to Russia and investigate Clinton, and the report was prepared and given to the Department of Justice, used to get a warrant against a Clinton associate, and the underlying information in the dossier proved to be garbage, everybody in the world would have it on the front page. It would be endless chatter on the cable networks. I'm also convinced if the agents involved in investigating Clinton, if the shoe were on the other foot, hated her and wanted Trump to win, we'd be having a thorough discussion. I'm also convinced if they interviewed Trump with a couple of his associates there, not under oath, and already made up a decision not to charge him, that they would be outrage in this country. So the rule of law applies both to Republicans and Democrats. And why do we have a special counsel? In rare circumstances, to have somebody outside the Department of Justice to take a look at a hot topic. I know the president did not believe that a special counsel should have been appointed. I do. It was clear to me that Jeff Sessions was part of the Trump campaign. And when it came time to look at whether or not the Trump campaign did anything wrong with the Russians, it's impossible for Jeff Sessions to render a verdict because he was part of the campaign. That made eminent sense to me then and now. What makes no sense to me is all the abuse by the Department of Justice and the FBI, the unprofessional conduct, the shady behavior. Nobody seems to think that's much important. Well, that's going to change, I hope. I've been calling since the end of 2017 for a special counsel to be appointed to look at whether or not the FISA warrant process was abused for political purposes, whether or not a counterintelligence investigation was opened up regarding the Trump campaign as a backdoor to spy on the campaign. I still to this day am at a loss to explain why nobody went to President Trump to tell him there may be some people in your orbit that are connected to the Russians and working with the Russians. A counterintelligence investigation is designed to protect the entity being targeted by a foreign power. In Dianne Feinstein's case, she had somebody working with her that the FBI suspected of having an inappropriate relationship with the government of China. They told Diane about it, and she let the guy go. That's the way it's supposed to work. How did it fail and break down here? Was it a ruse to get into the Trump campaign? I don't know, but I'm going to try to find out. As to the Clinton email disposition, why did Comey do what he did? Why did he take over the investigation in July, make a statement that she did a lot of bad things but not quite a crime? That did affect this election. And if the shoe were on the other foot, Republicans would have been pretty mad about that. What was the conflict that made Loretta Lynch so unable to preside over the Clinton email investigation? Was it just a tarmac meeting, or was it more? I believe there was more there, and I intend to get to there. How could in October, right before the election, we find out that emails on the Clinton server wind up in the hands of Anthony Weiner, and just within 48 hours, everybody's good to go? This is bizarre at best, troubling to its core from my point of view. So Mr. Mueller has been given a chance to do his job. 2 years, 19 lawyers, 40 FBI agents, 2,800 subpoenas, 500 people interviewed, 230 orders for communication records, 13 requests to foreign governments for evidence, $25 million or more. That is what happened to the Trump campaign. And I've been okay with that scrutiny from day one. When it comes to the FISA warrant, the Clinton campaign, the counterintelligence investigation, it's pretty much been swept on the rug, except by a few Republicans in the House. Those days are over. Going forward, hopefully in a bipartisan fashion, we will begin to unpack the other side of the story. With that, I'll take questions.
Senator Graham,
The special counsel on the issue of obstruction of justice, Mueller has declined to fully exonerate the president. Do
Yeah.
the American people deserve to know why?
Well, if you know, lawyers are not in the exoneration business. The lawyers into making cases are not making cases business. So all I can tell you is that when it comes to obstruction of justice, Mr. Barr and Rosenstein concluded that the facts did not justify a charge, not the idea you can't indict a sitting president. And his memo, Mr. Barr, was about a statute. It's very problematic to bring an obstruction case, in my view, for making a personnel decision. If you fired a U.S. attorney somewhere, does that lead to an obstruction argument because you have a political difference with that attorney general who's not serving your agenda? What Mr. Barr said at the hearing was that nobody, including the president, can get a witness to lie. Nobody, including the president, can conceal information from a court. Those are classic obstruction activities. Mr. Mueller apparently could not find sufficient evidence to conclude on his own that the president obstructed justice in a classic sense. And Mr. Barr said, along with Mr. Rosenstein, having looked at the evidence, we do not believe there is evidence to support a charge of obstruction of justice. And it is important but not dispositive that the underlying crime did not exist. You can actually obstruct justice even if there's not a crime, but the intent really does go to whether or not somebody is trying to protect themselves. And if they did nothing wrong to begin with, it's pretty hard to prove obstruction of justice.
Senator Graham, was it appropriate for Bob Mueller to essentially punt on the issue of obstruction and leave it to the president's two top political appointees of the Justice Department to make this determination?
As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Mueller's report gave the Attorney General both sides of the equation. He decided, not Mr. Barr, to give that decision over to the Attorney General. You can ask him. From my point of view, I think what Mr. Barr and Mr. Rosenstein did was very appropriate. Somebody has to decide, and the Attorney General is not conflicted. He was not part of the campaign. So the big thing for me, guys, has always been, did Trump work with the Russians? And I told him to his face almost 2 years ago, if you did, that's it between me and you, and anything that follows, you deserve. I will say that about any politician of any party. And here's what we know 2 years later. After an exhaustive examination of the facts in this case by somebody that every American should trust, Mr. Mueller, the answer is no.
Senator Grant, what about, though, is there any daylight, as Democrats have suggested, between what the Mueller report may say and what Barr's memo says? And secondarily, isn't there a question, though, because of the change in the statute in 1999, the purview that Mueller had, that he may have been restricted in how far he could go and thus have to defer to Barr because the special counsel is under the aegis of the Department of Justice, unlike the independent counsel statute when Ken Starr had more leeway?
All I can say about Mr. Mueller's report, that he looked at obstruction of justice. He didn't say anything that I know of about, I can't get there from here because of legal bars. Here's the pot of evidence on one side. Here's the pot of evidence on the other side. It's complicated legally. It's complicated statutorily. This is our view of what happened. We'll defer you to make that decision, and I'm absolutely okay with that. And Mr. Barr, hopefully, will come before the committee, and we can all ask him these questions.
You brought up Jeff Sessions' clear conflict of interest, and yet you, I'm told, delivered a rousing speech at Mar-a-Lago over the weekend. Is that kind of public closeness to the president appropriate? Does that not at least give the appearance of a conflict of interest, given your role in chairing the Senate Judiciary Committee?
You got to be kidding. Did anybody ever ask during the impeachment that a Democrat was conflicted and speaking out on the behalf of the president? I am a elected political official. I am a Republican. I'm going all over the country to speak to the Republican Party. I want Trump to win. I'm chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I do my job very responsibly. This committee is going to allow Mr. Barr to come forward and tell us and answer some of the questions you've asked. I'm asking him to lay it all out. I stood by Mr. Mueller because I believe in the rule of law. There's politics and there's the rule of law. So to suggest that if you're a Republican and that you So let's go back to the 90s. It started out about financial misdeeds and basically enriching oneself. It wound up being about a improper relationship. Sexual harassment lawsuits are always about sex. The question was, did the president in a sexual harassment lawsuit basically bend the rules of the court to help himself? He was suspended for 5 years for inappropriate conduct as a lawyer. He was chastised for lying under oath. Having said that, looking back, the public sort of knew what they were getting with Bill Clinton. I think the public sort of knows what they're getting with Donald Trump. And here's my advice to the Democratic Party. Pursue what you think is important to the public. But if you keep going after Mueller spoke, people are going to think you're just out to get him, that there is no right answer other than Donald Trump must be removed from office, and you'll probably suffer the same fate we did as having gone too far.
And just to clarify, you say you want Attorney General Barr to testify? How about
Yes.
Mr. Mueller?
I'll leave that up to Mr. Barr as to whether or not he thinks that would be helpful. I don't know the answer to that about the special counsel himself. Let's start with Mr. Barr, who's in charge of the Department of Justice. The truth is, I want you to know as much as you possibly can know. This is a very big deal. From my point of view, it was a great day for the president in terms of the underlying allegation. But now I'm hoping some of you will be interested in the other side of the story.
Just a quick follow to Ed's question. You said, what is the public getting with Donald Trump, if you could just clarify? And then you once called pardoning someone like Paul Manafort a political disaster, but you said essentially the political winds might change. Have they changed? Are pardons now?
No, I think if President Trump pardoned anybody in his orbit, it would not play well. As to what people are getting with Donald Trump, I think it's pretty clear that, like Bill Clinton, Donald Trump is a larger-than-life character. People are focused on what he's doing for them. I think people would be legitimately concerned if he did, in fact, his campaign work with the Russians. And I'll say this, if Mr. Barr had reached a different conclusion and he'd reported that there's evidence of Trump coordination with the Russians, I would have believed it. I would have listened to the president, but that would have been a bad day for the country. And I'll just end with this, take a couple more questions. To those wanting an outcome of removing Trump, you got to be disappointed. To those who wanted somebody to look at Trump without interference, you got to be pleased. To those who are happy that your president has been cleared of working with a foreign power, I think you're a good American.
So wait, just to clarify, when you say you want Barr part of the committee, is that a public hearing? And then second,
Yes, as public as possible.
okay, and then secondarily, when you say see you soon to James Comey, does that mean you're gonna be calling him before the committee for a public hearing as well?
Yeah, I was sort of like, what was the whole Forrest thing about? Yeah, so what I'll do, and just real quickly, I'll start and work backward. The FISA warrant application on 4 different occasions. What role did the dossier play? Was it the primary source of the information given to the court? Was it supplemental? Was it outcome determinative? I want to hear from Mr. Orr, why he warned people that you may not want to rely on Christopher Steele. I want to know the role that Comey played in this process. I want to find out, was the only reason you recused yourself was because of the tarmac meeting with Loretta Lynch? I want to find out what were the rules about a counterintelligence investigation. What kind of defensive briefing did you give to the candidate, if any at all? So those are the kind of questions I want to know about.
Senator Graham, are you willing to issue subpoenas to have people come before the committee on these separate areas? And you talk to Senator Graham?
Yeah, I'll talk with her. Hopefully won't have to today. A lot of these people have testified before, but now the report's behind us. I just think it's important to find out what happened. If it takes a subpoena, we'll do that, but I hope we won't have to.
Senator Graham, where do you see, now that this report is behind us, the country going in terms of divisiveness? Is it just going to keep going? Are you seeing any chance for things improving? How do you see the divisiveness issue?
Well, I'm going to have a hearing in the Judiciary Committee tomorrow about red flag legislation, allowing law enforcement officers to go to court and get a protective order to take someone's guns away they believe is a danger to themselves and others. We still need to govern the country. I'm sure they will keep doing things in the House about financial transactions of the president, I guess. I'm going to do the FISA deep dive, the counterintelligence deep dive, and try to find common ground on prescription drugs. And my advice to the president, for whatever it's worth, is that you're probably stronger today than you've been any time in your presidency. This cloud has been removed. Mr. Mueller definitively answered the question, in my view, about the 2 things hanging over your head, particularly collusion with the Russians. The question for you is, how do you use it? What are you going to do? I can understand being upset. I can understand being put upon, and a lot of people in your orbit had their lives turned upside down. But my advice to the president is that, one, I don't need your advice about what I should do. I'm going to look at the FISA abuse process, the FISA warrant process. I'm going to do it working with Democrats, I hope. And if I were you, Mr. President, I would focus on what's next for the country.
Attorney General's review of the evidence? You don't think your committee should look at that? What's the remedy?
We're
if
not
the attorneys-
prosecutors.
If the attorneys on your
Right,
committee
right.
reach a different conclusion than the
That's-
AG,
that- that's-
is there a remedy for that?
No, we're political people, right? We're not prosecutors. There's a good reason you wouldn't want a bunch of politicians prosecuting other politicians. Mr. Barr was appointed by the president, confirmed by the Senate. The judiciary's goal is to provide oversight, to watch those who watch us. I'm not into the prosecuting business. I'm into the oversight business. I believe that Donald Trump got scrutiny like nobody else in the history of the presidency, since Nixon probably. And he, in my view, came out of this thing stronger. To those who were abusive of the process in 2016 on the other side, you haven't had much scrutiny, but that's coming.
Mr. Chairman, you're being very clear, and there are many Republicans and the president saying no collusion with him and his campaign. But I want to get back to the Russians. Is it your belief that the Russians were trying to coerce
Absolutely.
the individual members of the Trump campaign?
I think there's things I can't tell you. They were out to get us all. Here's what I told Trump, for whatever it's worth. I think the dossier, a lot of it came from the Russian intelligence service. If you just think Russia just likes Trump and hate Clinton, you're missing the point of what they're trying to do. They're trying to divide all of us against each other and done a pretty good job of it. They're still at it, by the way. They're still doing this. And one of the things I want to take away from this whole endeavor is to try to find ways to fix it. Critical infrastructure before this debate was power companies, financial services. Now it's got to be the political system. Parties need to realize that they're subject to being attacked, that the vote tallying process needs to be hardened, that the social media outlets that we all rely upon and enrich our lives can be co-opted to spread lies, to pit one American against the other. If we don't take that from this investigation, that the Russians tried to do it and they're going to keep trying, then we missed a real big point. One more question.
Yeah, you said that you want the process investigated. Are you talking to Bard, Attorney General Bard? What does he say?
Well, what I want to do is see if he'll appoint a special counsel. I fully realize that the oversight role of the committee is legitimate, but we're Republicans, they're Democrats. I'd like to find somebody like a Mr. Mueller that could look into what happened with the FISA warrant, what happened with the counterintelligence investigation. Am I right to be concerned? Seems pretty bad on its face, but somebody like a Mr. Mueller to look at that so that if nobody else, those who believe that the FBI and the Department of Justice were playing politics, that they wanted Clinton to win and Trump to lose, that somebody can satisfy them, that was looked at. There's some people are never going to accept the Mueller report, what I say, or what Mr. Barr does. But by any reasonable standard, Mr. Mueller thoroughly investigated the Trump campaign. You cannot say that about the other side of the story. And what I hope Mr. Barr will do is understand, for the country's sake, appoint somebody outside the current system to look into these allegations, somebody we all trust, and let them do what Mr. Mueller did.
You were on the golf course. You were on the golf course yesterday with the president.
Yeah.
Were you there when you got the news?
No, I was at the waiting to get on Air Force One when I got it. He was at Mar-a-Lago, and it came out at about 3 o'clock. And I think between the time that our office got it and you got it, couldn't have been a couple of minutes.
Was there a fist bump on the airplane?
I saw him on the plane afterwards, and I don't know how to explain this. I mean, you know, you've been under extreme scrutiny. You've been shouting to the mountaintop. I didn't do this. A sense of relief, a sense of frustration. How could this happen? Are those who did it going to get away with it? And I hope some new energy, too, that will lead to, you know, okay, now, the 26th, maybe legitimacy to my election that I didn't have before. And let's go on about governing the country. Last question.
Yeah, just a few other people that may be considered too, or if you're hearing, for instance,
Well, Hal was still hired. I'd like for him to come if he would. Establish a record of how much did the Democratic Party pay Fusion GPS? How much money did they give to Mr. Steele? How could Bruce Orr's wife work for Fusion GPS while he was like the number 4 at DOJ? Ask a question, is the dossier verified to this day? It's my belief that the information in the dossier is unverified to this very day. Mr. Cohen did not go to Prague. The salacious material in the dossier is just a bunch of garbage, I think generated by Russians who are trying to undercut our democracy. So I will be doing oversight to try to put this puzzle together, and I don't know what Mr. Barr will do. But I think because of the emotional nature of all this, that somebody like Mr. Mueller needs to look at the FISA warrant, the other stuff. Thank you very much.
Live images of the Justice Department, where Attorney General William Barr is reportedly preparing to send the Mueller report to the White House. This is live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. No conspiracy between Donald Trump or his campaign and Russians during the 2016 election. That's the finding of Special Counsel Robert Mueller, according to the Attorney General. On the question of obstruction of justice, the special counsel did not conclude the president committed a crime, but it also did not exonerate him. I'm joined in our studio by Devlin Barrett, reporter covering national security. Devlin, thank you so much for being with us. We're keeping an eye on the White House because we are expecting President Trump to make some comments in just a little while. He's with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, so we'll be monitoring that and we'll bring those to you live in the course of our broadcast. But for now, we've been soliciting questions about the Mueller investigation and just where things are going from here. Over the next hour and a half or so, I'll be joined by a series of Washington Post journalists as we dig into this story. Devlin, you've been covering this from the get-go, so it's great to have you here. I want to get to a really important distinction we're drawing, which is the Mueller report versus the Barr letter, the letter that the Attorney General sent to Congress over the weekend. And it gets us right into one of our questions from a reader. Josh from Kansas asks, what's in the actual report versus the Barr summary?
So the summary only contains a few quotes from the report. And just so folks understand, the reason why we have a letter first is because that's what the DOJ regulations called for. This was sort of an after effect of the Whitewater case, if anyone remembers that. And so they created this more constrained, more refined or two-step system. And so this is why we have a letter. But the letter does have some key quotes from the report, and that's important. But we're still waiting for the report itself.
Okay, so take us through the process now. We got word late on Friday that Mueller was turning over his report to the Attorney General. So take us through the weekend and why we're only seeing this 4-page letter.
So on Friday, Mueller sends his report, his full report, to the Attorney General. And then over the weekend, both the Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein basically huddled in the Justice Department and went through the report and drafted this letter together. That's significant because Barr has only been the Attorney General for a very short period of time. He's sort of catching this fresh. Rod Rosenstein is the person who appointed Mueller and has been with it from the beginning. And so Rod brings the historical perspective of the investigation to what is basically Barr's fresh eyes to the issue. So they worked on it together, and it took them a couple days to process it and then write this letter that summarizes what's in the report.
And it is just a summary, and it's essentially their interpretation. And none of the rest of us have seen the Mueller report.
Right, and in the summary, Barr says, and we are working on getting you all a redacted version of this report, but he also makes clear that he plans to remove any grand jury material because it's illegal to share grand jury material. And he also plans to check with the other investigations that are tangentially related to this one and make sure that nothing in the report would harm those ongoing investigations. So that process could take days and maybe weeks, and there's still the open question of whether or not the White House lawyers end up asserting any executive privilege over any of this material. So there's a number of legal steps to go through here, but Barr insists that he's going to do that as quickly as he can.
The Attorney General writes he has to identify any information that could impact other ongoing matters. Do we have a sense of what those would be?
Well, for example, we know that there's an investigation right now into the way money was raised and money was spent by the Presidential Inaugural Committee. That is at least tangentially connected to the things that Mueller looked at. We know that Michael Cohen has suggested that he has given information that's important to federal prosecutors on other topics. So, you know, I think you have to take Cohen's statements with a grain of salt given his track record, but certainly there are other related issues that may be impacted by what's in the report. And, you know, Mueller's a pretty careful guy. He's not going to accidentally, and Barr, same for Barr, they're not going to accidentally mess up someone else's case.
Let's bring in Ashley Parker, White House reporter. Thanks so much for joining us, Ashley. We are expecting President Trump to speak in just a few moments. He's with the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, so we'll hear more from him himself, but he did stop and make some comments yesterday.
Yeah, he did. This is incredibly good for President Trump. That's quite clear. As soon as it happened, I called Senator Lindsey Graham, who had spent the day golfing with the president. And Graham said to me, this is a home run for Trump. And what's interesting is you saw the president coming out. He made comments under the wing of Air Force One before he boarded to fly back to D.C. He made comments on the South Lawn where he basically just said, and he tweeted as well, that it was complete and total exoneration, which is not actually quite what Barr's summary of Mueller's findings say. But certainly in terms of how the president has framed it as a public relations campaign, it is based on that, which was half the battle for him, sort of persuading voters and public opinion, an exoneration on the no collusion thing. But one thing that is interesting is that so far, at least, and it may change in what we see from the president just now, for himself, he has been quite restrained. He has made comments saying that, again, he was vindicated, he was proven right, that he thinks these investigations hurt the country and they were disgusting. But he hasn't sort of totally gloated yet. And we may see that, or he may continue to heed the advice of his lawyers and people inside the White House, which is to sort of try to be, in their eyes, the classier person. And for now, at least, they think that they can give Democrats enough leverage to hang themselves.
We see now the president coming out, so let's go to the White House live.
Thank you. Please come. Come. Sarah, come, please, everybody. They can come. It's a big moment, very important moment. It's my honor to welcome Prime Minister Netanyahu to the White House. A very special man. He's done a great job. I want to begin by expressing our condolences to the Prime Minister and the people of Israel for the horrific Hamas rocket attack on Israeli homes this morning, which wounded 7 civilians at least, including numerous children. Our prayers are with our friends in Israel as they carry out an incredible way of life in the face of great terror. The United States recognizes Israel's absolute right to defend itself. The despicable attack this morning demonstrates the significant security challenges that Israel faces every single day. And today I am taking historic action to promote Israel's ability to defend itself and really to have a very powerful, very strong national security, which they're entitled to have. In a moment, I will sign a presidential proclamation recognizing Israel's sovereign right over the Golan Heights. The state of Israel took control of the Golan Heights in 1967 to safeguard its security from external threats. Today, aggressive action by Iran and terrorist groups in southern Syria, including Hezbollah, continue to make the Golan Heights a potential launching ground for attacks against Israel, very violent attacks. Any possible future peace agreement must account for Israel's need to defend itself from Syria, Iran, and other regional threats. We do not want to see another attack like the one suffered this morning north of Tel Aviv. In our meeting today, the Prime Minister and I will discuss these dangers, as well as several mutual priorities in the Middle East and beyond. We'll be discussing other subjects also, including trade, but we will mostly be discussing this defense and perhaps offense. Under my administration, the unbreakable alliance between the United States and Israel has never been stronger. You read things, you hear things. It's never been stronger. Just remember that. People talk, but it's only talk. Our relationship is powerful. At this moment, the American Embassy stands proudly in Jerusalem, the capital the Jewish people have established, and they've wanted the embassy for many, many years, for many decades, and frankly, through many presidents. And we got it done. Not only did we get it done, we also got it built at a slight cost saving, like about $1 billion cost saving. And I want to thank Ambassador David Friedman for the job he's done, and Jason Greenblatt and Jared and everybody. They worked so hard together, so I want to thank you all. Thank you very much, Ambassador. You enjoying it?
Thank you.
And you love Israel?
And America.
Good. And America. I was waiting for him to say that. We have defeated the caliphate in Syria. We have withdrawn from the horrible Iran nuclear deal and imposed the toughest ever sanctions, and these are by far the toughest ever on the Iranian regime. It's having a big effect. Iran is not the same country that it was when I took office. The day I took office, we had threats all over the Middle East and beyond. Iran is a much different place right now than it was. As I said during my State of the Union address, we will not avert our eyes from the dictatorship that chants death to America, death to Israel, and calls for genocide against the Jewish people. We won't let them even consider that. We will confront the poison of anti-Semitism through both our words and, maybe even more importantly, our actions. In the last century, humanity witnessed the horrific consequences of anti-Semitism and a world without a Jewish homeland. In the wake of those unthinkable horrors, the Jewish people built a mighty nation in the Holy Land, something very, very powerful, something very special and important. Today, Israel demonstrates that incredible possibilities when strong, sovereign, and independent nations chart their own destinies. There can be no better example of greatness than what Israel has done, starting from such a small speck of sand. Israel is an inspiration, a trusted ally, and a cherished friend. The United States will always stand by its side. I'd like to now invite Prime Minister Netanyahu to say a few words. And Bibi and I have known each other for a long time. He's another one who truly, truly loves Israel. I think I can say he also loves the United States. So before I sign the presidential proclamation recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights.
This is President Trump, of course, speaking with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and we'll keep monitoring this. We are interested in particular in what the president may or may choose not to say about the Mueller report and the Barr letter that was passed on to Congress just yesterday. So we'll keep monitoring that, and we'll go back to it live if he addresses that topic. I'm here with Ashley Parker and Devlin Barrett, and we're talking about the Mueller report and the Barr letter that came out yesterday. Ashley, talk to us more about how the White House is reacting to this. You know, we've seen a lot of tweets and a lot of Sarah Sanders was all over cable news this morning. Supporters of the president, relatives of the president, really happy about how this letter from the Attorney General came out, but they're already in spin mode, of course, as is everyone. They're already trying to show this in the best light for the president.
Well, not even just spin mode, they're sort of in aggressive attack mode now, but I think it helps to understand it to go back to the beginning. So over 2 years, there were moments when details of Mueller's investigation and probe came out, whereas Devlin and I both know there was deep nervousness and deep anxiety within the White House. You know, there were young aides who were worried that, you know, they were going to have to get a lawyer, or what if I'm in the wrong meeting? I'm in a meeting about infrastructure, but the president brings up Russia. Now can I be called to be subpoenaed? So they've been living on this under this for 2 years. As we expected the Mueller report to come, we were doing some reporting, and people in the White House and the president's orbit were less nervous than you would expect. Their attitude was actually what ended up being borne out in Barr's summary of Mueller's letter, which is that we're not, it's a headache, it's a hassle, but we are not that worried because we do not believe that the president, that there was any collusion. So that is how we go into the weekend. Then the report lands, and then sort of, you know, within 24 hours we get this, or 48 hours, we get this summary of what it means. And there was a sense, there was a sense of relief. There certainly was that this is no longer hanging over their heads, that they don't need these lawyers, that young aides don't have to worry about accidentally hearing something or getting subpoenaed or being in over their head when they're just trying to put out talking points. But it was not just relief and euphoria, it was sort of defiance and vindication, and that this will be a political cudgel going into 2020, because now they can say, look, for 2 years the president said there was no collusion, the president said this was a witch hunt, and guess what, he's right. So now what's going on with federal investigators in New York, what's going on with all these investigations on the Hill, like, it's a witch hunt, and by the way, we were right about the first one, so we're going to be right about the next one. So that's going to be a political weapon going forward, and they are, back to the original point, they're incredibly defiant. You know, you saw Kellyanne Conway calling for Adam Schiff to resign. You're seeing these angry letters they are talking about. We don't know if there are any specifics or any plans or strategies, but holding the media accountable, demanding apologies and resignations. And so it's not just relief, it is relief and anger, and maybe not quite a plan yet, but chatter of a plan of really making people pay for this going forward.
And we'll go to Capitol Hill in just a little while to talk to our reporters there who've been checking in with members of Congress. Democrats, of course, have a very different perspective on this. But Devlin, you know, we got questions in from people asking, like, what was the actual scope of the investigation? And how was it defined by Robert Mueller? How was it defined by the parameters of the special counsel? Can you take us through that? Because there are still so many other threads of investigations, as Ashley mentioned, that are still out there.
Right, and what became clear at the beginning, it was certainly was not entirely clear exactly how far Mueller would go and look at different issues, but it became clear as the investigation went on that he was fairly focused on the core question, which is the question of conspiracy with the Russians. Did anyone on the Trump campaign conspire with Russians during the election? As an outgrowth of that, they also looked at the question of, did the president or anyone close to him obstruct justice in the course of that investigation? Those are the two main elements of this whole thing. And what you see by the pieces and cases that Mueller did not pick up is that he kept it pretty tight and focused the whole time. So when he came across evidence that the president's personal lawyer, Michael Cohen, might have been engaging in financial crimes or influence peddling, that was kicked off to someone else to investigate. So he stayed focused, and I think, again, it's another way in which this investigation tried to avoid some of the things that happened during the Whitewater investigation. I think Mueller always envisioned this as a limited time period and a limited number of topics, and it wasn't just going to be the Office for Investigating the President as long as he's the president. And that's how we ended up where we are now.
Let's take a look at what this investigation has yielded, though. Nearly 200 charges against 34 people, 3 Russian companies, 6 advisors to President Trump were indicted. Among that list, of course, 26 Russian nationals who we will probably never see in this country again. But still, nonetheless, they were swept up in this probe. And if you look there, you see who these associates were of President Trump. Ashley, talk to us about these players and their significance.
I mean, these people are incredibly significant. The White House and the president and his allies and loyalists have been eager to minimize them and say they're just mere fringe characters who had nothing to do with anything. But Paul Manafort was his campaign chairman for a very crucial period of the 2016 campaign. Rick Gates, who was Paul Manafort's deputy, was his deputy during that same crucial period. And then even once Manafort was gone, Rick Gates stayed. He was part of the transition. He had a role in the inaugural committee, which is now being investigated, the committee generally. And he was basically still in the president's orbit, in contact with people in the White House until the day he was indicted. You have Roger Stone, who did not have an official campaign title, but was one of those people who was calling the president frequently on the phone at nights and evenings. Mike Flynn was his first national security advisor. That's a huge position of importance and power. Flynn was the one who was on the phone with the Russians talking about potential sanction relief, again, until he got in trouble for that. So the idea that you can dismiss these people as mere fringe characters is simply disingenuous.
Devlin, can you weigh in on that and how significant these indictments, some of the guilty charges, some of the plea deals that have been worked out are?
I think they're hugely important. And there's basically 2 categories, I think, when I think of the charges, when it comes to the people around the president. You have one category that's basically the liars, the people who were questioned by the FBI, lied, and eventually pleaded guilty to that. Now, Roger Stone has been accused of that, but of lying to Congress, but he hasn't gone to trial yet, so we'll see how that shapes out. And then you have the folks, it's a smaller category of folks who were convicted and pled guilty to financial crimes, and that would be Paul Manafort and Rick Gates principally. And so what you saw there is that those were people who, it's entirely possible that but for this investigation might have skirted punishment by the law. But boy, once the microscope fell on them, their finances were a bit of a nightmare. And all of these had huge consequences for the president, in part because each time one of these people got charged, it raised the chances or the danger that someone might say more incriminating information that did involve the president.
But it's a testament to the PR campaign that so the president's lawyers, they were brought on to do legal things, and they did those legal things, but half of what they did, and they were pretty open about this, was a PR strategy. Absolutely. And it is a testament to that very aggressive and, it turns out, very successful PR strategy that that this is viewed as a huge victory for the president, right? This undermines one of his sayings that he only surrounds himself with the best people. I mean, that is now patently false, right? But we're not talking about that. We're not talking about the fact that the president's longtime lawyer and fixer, has now turned against him and is facing jail time. The president made this all about, was there any collusion? Not who did he surround himself with, what other bad deeds did those people do, what other ways were they sort of interested in possible obstruction, and that is kind of the win for them right now.
You're watching this signing ceremony with President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We're keeping an eye on that in case the president does take questions or address the investigation. Beth wrote in from Minnesota and asked, okay, so if no one on the Trump campaign conspired with the Russians, which Attorney General Barr says is the conclusion of Mueller's investigation, why did so many Trump associates lie about their contacts with Russians? And why was Trump so enraged when Sessions recused himself from overseeing the investigation? Ashley?
So I'll let Devlin take the first part of that question, but for the Sessions, because the president came into office especially viewing the presidency on the one hand a bit like a monarchy, but on the other hand a bit like a family business where people are supposed to be 100% loyal to you, and he felt that his attorney general should protect him. He didn't think of Jeff Sessions to uphold the Constitution or dispense with the duties of that particular office, but to provide the president with some protection. And so the way the president views it, not entirely incorrectly, is that when Jeff Sessions recused himself, that led ultimately to the appointment of a special counsel, which led to this cloud that is hung over his presidency, nearly the entire time, and that is, in the president's mind, quite disloyal.
And Devlin, all these people who were lying about their contact with Russians.
So there's a couple reasons why people lie generally. Why people lie to the FBI is sort of a different basket and a different problem. Let's just take one example because I think it illustrates part of why people got into trouble in the course of this investigation. When the FBI interviewed Michael Flynn at the White House in the first week of this administration, he lied to them about conversations he had with the ambassador. He lied to them knowing that those conversations weren't criminal, knowing that the FBI probably already had a recording of those conversations due to surveillance on the ambassador, and he still lied. So the question becomes, well, that makes even less sense. Why would you do something even less sensible? And I think we can't ultimately know what's in Mike Flynn's heart, but I think in a lot of instances what you see is people who lie for the purposes, to Ashley's point, of PR and sort of reputational issues and worried about, bringing a black eye to the administration or to the president, and don't think through necessarily the consequences of, wait a minute, if the FBI catches me in this lie, I will then have committed a crime. That's worse. Flynn could have easily said in that conversation, yeah, I did, and the only result of that would have been probably some bad stories about Flynn saying, yes, I talked to the ambassador, but that would not have been a crime. It would have just been ended with a couple of bad stories.
Devlin, stay with us. Ashley Parker, White House reporter. We're going to let you go so you can keep reporting. Thank you so much. Right now, let's go to Capitol Hill, where our colleagues Rhonda Colvin and Joyce Koh have been keeping track of how Congress has been reacting to these latest developments. They join us now live with the latest from there. Rhonda.
Libby, of course, the special counsel's report has been highly anticipated in the halls of Congress for the last few months. We've seen it mentioned in many hearings and the discussion on the Hill. So everybody here has been watching and waiting for what we saw yesterday. And of course, we've received official statements in the last 24 hours from House leadership and Senate leadership as well, talking about how their parties see this report. And I want to read an excerpt from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's statement. She did a joint statement with Senator Chuck Schumer, who's the minority leader in the House. The fact that Special Counsel Mueller's report does not exonerate the president on a charge as serious as obstruction of justice demonstrates how urgent it is that the full report and underlying documentation be made public without any further delay. Given Mr. Barr's public record of bias against the special counsel's inquiry, he is not a neutral observer and is not in a position to make objective determinations about the report. So we're seeing that hard stance from the Democrats that this was not enough information. But on the Republican side, Senator Mitch McConnell, who is the majority leader, of course, in the Senate, he says Russia's ongoing efforts to interfere with our democracy are dangerous and disturbing, and I welcome the special counsel's contribution to our efforts to understand better Russia's activities in this regard. So his statement highlights the fact that the crux of this report was about the Russia investigation. Of course, these two comments were not the only ones that we heard over the last 24 hours. Others who are across the country, other members of Congress, have commented on social media. They've sent out statements, and we've heard a lot from them.
Yeah, and those statements are really in line with the partisan reaction we're hearing today here up on Capitol Hill. Democrats are really asking for full transparency. They want to see the full report, and they're also hung up on the fact that Mueller couldn't reach a conclusion on the obstruction of justice. On the Republican side, some members are, yes, calling for seeing the full report, but the overwhelming majority is really satisfied with the Attorney General William Barr's summary report that came out yesterday, and they're saying that this is a full exoneration of President Trump. Take a listen.
If it does amount to a complete and total exoneration, as the president is saying, then by all means, they should have every reason to want to bring it forward and let everybody read it. This is a democracy. The people are entitled to the truth, and Congress is entitled to this report.
The president has not been exonerated by the special counsel. We cannot simply rely on what may be a hasty, partisan interpretation of the facts.
There was no evidence of collusion involving the president, his campaign, or any American. I don't know how much clearer that could be. And Jerry Nadler and others should realize that. As far as the issue of obstruction, it's hard to obstruct an investigation into a crime which was never committed.
The Congress is elected. We need to see all of the information there to make a conclusion, to get information, to let the public make a decision on whether there was obstruction of justice.
The American people should be ticked at this. And thank God we finally have an Attorney General, and I congratulate Attorney General Barr today. We finally have the grown-ups back in charge to get the Department of Justice back on its feet and clean out these dirty cops.
And we're expecting to see more reaction come out over the coming days and weeks over this. It's certainly not over yet as far as the Democrats are concerned. We talked to a Democrat today who said that he's going to be waiting as long as possible, as long as it takes to see the full report. And we'll also be standing by to see if there's any congressional hearings that come out to get that information and to see the full report. Libby?
Thanks so much, Joyce Coe and Rhonda Colvin on Capitol Hill. Devlin Barrett still with us. We're also joined by Rosalind Helderman. Thanks so much, Roz, for coming by. A question on Twitch, where viewers are tuning into this broadcast. Just the basic thing, are they going to release the full Mueller report? And Devlin, you talked a little bit about some of the things in the Attorney General's letter where he says, I want to be transparent, but there are some things I need to go through. But how realistic is it that Congress will see the full report and that the American public will see the full report?
I think it's very realistic, but I think this is, lawyers are going to lawyer ultimately. And so the steps here are Barr has to review the report and decide which things he's going to redact, which things he's going to black out from the report because they're grand jury information, or because they might impact ongoing investigations that are tangential to what Mueller looked at. Then he's going to have to make a determination as to whether, okay, are there any issues of executive privilege in this document that I need to have a conversation with the White House about? So one of the quirks of this is we don't know yet if there's an executive privilege issue that's going to emerge here. That could, in theory, gum up the works a bit, but we don't know that yet. We're just waiting to find out.
How far does executive privilege extend for the president, though? Because we're talking about the executive privilege of the president, the conversations he has as the commander-in-chief from the White House. What about during the campaign? What about prior to when he was sworn in to be the president of the United States, Roz?
Well, we have every indication from the White House that if offered the opportunity, they will make a very expansive argument around executive privilege. That said, I think they would be hard-pressed to make an argument about material from the campaign before he's even been elected. I think there's a bit of a gray area over the transition, and there could be a fight over the transition. You can sort of see this as a parallel fight to the fight that went on over what questions the president would answer from the special counsel's team, where the White House pushed very hard to limit those questions to questions only about the campaign, to cut it off in November of 2016, and I believe succeeded in that task. That was all that was asked, and that was all that they answered. So I think we could expect to see a repeat of that discussion and that fight around the material in the report.
A question coming in from Detroit, Michigan: why didn't Mr. Mueller interview President Trump in person? This viewer writes, it seems that a thorough investigation would require the president to be questioned live and in person.
It's a great question, and we've just done some new reporting and put it up on the website on this very point, which is that the Mueller team debated whether or not to seek a subpoena of the president for quite some time. It was a tough call because there are a lot of legal issues in play, and they were fairly certain that if they did try to go the subpoena route, that the president would fight the subpoena. That could go to the Supreme Court. And then you might have a precedent that would affect all future investigations. So they had to keep their eye not just on how it might affect this investigation, but how such a subpoena might affect all the other investigations. We know that ultimately Mueller did not seek a subpoena. And my guess is that he decided that it was simply not, that the costs were simply outweighed the potential benefits. But we don't know that yet, and it'll be interesting to see what the report speaks to on that point.
What do we know about what the president said in writing? Because there was a written Q&A. Will we ever see access to that?
That's really unclear. Jay Sekulow, the president's lawyer, was just asked about that and indicated that he does not believe it would be appropriate to release the full written answers that the president submitted. I would imagine that there are some pretty hefty quotes from the president's answers in the report itself. So there's a possibility that we will see those quotes when we see the report. But I would imagine that is something that Democrats on the Hill, you hear them already saying they want not just the report, but they want investigative material. And there's a lot of different categories of investigative material that they will seek. But I would imagine the full written answers that the president submitted will definitely be on that list.
Some of the lens you view this through is generational, right? So a lot of us picture President Clinton sitting for deposition. Right. And people thought that President Trump might be put under that same microscope. Other people think about Iran-Contra when they think about investigations. They think about, obviously Watergate. But there is this lingering question that people are asking of why not take the risk and push to get the president in the chair to answer questions, Roz?
So, I think the Clinton analogy is a really interesting historical point because in some ways it shows how far our politics have shifted. So in the Clinton era, Clinton did not want to sit for grand jury testimony, and there was a subpoena issued, and there was some conversation in the White House about whether to fight that subpoena, but ultimately the Clinton White House came to the determination that it was politically untenable for him to resist a legally predicated investigation in that way, that it would look too bad for him to look like he was trying to hide. And so they ultimately sat for a voluntary interview. He ultimately sat for a voluntary interview, and that subpoena was withdrawn. The world is entirely different now. Donald Trump felt not just capable, but eager to resist this investigation in that way. And his lawyers had given every indication that had there been a subpoena, they would have fought that all the way to the Supreme Court. And it has never been tested. So we really don't know how that legal fight would have come out. And as Devin was talking about, whether it would have set a precedent that the Department of Justice did not want to see set.
Okay, I want to go back to the Barr letter, this 4-page letter that Congress got yesterday, and so we've all been able to read. And when it comes to this question of obstruction of justice, it seems like what the Attorney General is saying in how he's weighing all this information and evidence, if there's no crime, there's no cover-up. Like if you're not guilty of conspiracy or collusion, then there's less of a ground to be found to have obstructed justice. But we've seen people go down for obstruction of justice over time. It's like the old saying, right? The cover-up is worse than the crime.
Yes, and what Barr is making a very technical point, which is that you generally would not bring charges. It's generally unwise to bring charges on obstruction if there is no underlying crime, but clearly the Department of Justice has done that in the past before. I think as I read Barr's letter, he's saying it is a factor, but it is not a determining factor. So that's one. Two, I think the element of obstruction is so complex, and it seems to genuinely have frustrated Mueller's whole team. What we're told is that just about 3 weeks ago, the special counsel indicated to his superiors at the Justice Department that they could not reach a conclusion on the obstruction question. And when that was said to the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General, that came as a surprise to them. They were not expecting that. And now this is one of the consequences of that inability to reach a decision.
Devlin Barrett covers national security. Thank you so much. We're going to let you go. Rosalind Helderman, investigative reporter, is going to stay with us. Lindsey Graham just gave a press conference at 11 o'clock Eastern time this morning, one of the first members of Congress to kind of come out with a bang and not just do interviews in the talk shows, but hold an event and give his perspective on things. This is a man who has turned into a Trump loyalist over the last 2 years. Let's look at what Senator Graham had to say this morning.
So Mr. Mueller has been given a chance to do his job. 2 years, 19 lawyers, 40 FBI agents, 2,800 subpoenas, 500 people interviewed, 230 orders for communication records, 13 requests to foreign governments for evidence, $25 million or more. That is what happened to the Trump campaign. And I've been okay with that scrutiny from day one. When it comes to the FISA warrant, the Clinton campaign, the counterintelligence investigation, it's pretty much been swept under the rug except by a few Republicans in the House. Those days are over. Going forward, hopefully in a bipartisan fashion, we will begin to unpack the other side of the story.
Senator Lindsey Graham on Capitol Hill earlier today. I'm now joined by Sungmin Kim, who covers Capitol Hill and the White House. Also, Rosalind Helderman here with us. Sungmin, one thing that Lindsey Graham brought up, though, was like Clinton and all the other problems with investigations. And I'm wondering if Republicans want this all to go away now, or if they're going to try to launch a counterattack by pursuing investigations of what some might consider to be old matters. I mean, does that just make this all live on even longer?
Well, certainly some Republicans do want to keep relitigating the 2016 elections and essentially investigate the investigators, and that's what Lindsey Graham is trying to do here. He does have a perch to do that as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee that has jurisdiction over these matters, and he made it obviously explicitly clear in his press conference this morning that he will continue to go on. Now, one of the major questions that we're going to try to answer later today and in the coming days is how much appetite is there among particularly Senate Republicans to keep fighting this issue? I mean, we joke all the time about how the 2016 election doesn't seem to end, but really that's a lot of what Republicans are trying to do here, to try to figure out, look into the Justice Department's handling of this, whether this was all handled correctly.
And if I could just point out Loretta Lynch, the Attorney General at the time,
the plain tarmac
the plain
issue.
tarmac, right? And then also, if we do see people like Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell bringing up concerns about Russian interference, the question is, was the Obama administration asleep at the wheel? So you can turn back the clock even farther and question what was happening under a Democratic administration.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of ways that Republicans could pursue this, but I think there will be, at least among Lindsey Graham and a lot of the president's allies among the House Republican Conference, a lot of appetite to push forward on this, but we just don't know how widespread that is.
Now, we just saw the House take a vote last week, right? And my time's sort of malleable right now because I feel like this weekend was so many news cycles and so much waiting. We just saw the House take a vote where people on both sides of the aisle said release the entire Mueller report. How much weight does a vote like that carry as everyone debates how much the public should be able to see of this?
Well, I think it's really important because it does help show just how widespread the public opinion is for as much transparency as possible. And I think there were two different schools of thought. I mean, Democrats had their own reasons for wanting to get the Mueller report and the entirety of the Mueller report released, but also Republicans, even before we saw the conclusions come out, or the summary of the conclusions come out over the weekend, they said, look, we believe the president didn't do anything wrong, so why not release it, particularly if it will exonerate, at least on the conspiracy aspect of things, why not release it? Now, what we're kind of, if you parse the statements from over the weekend, what you're seeing from Democrats is the complete and entire release of the report. Republicans are a little bit more cautious, saying we defer to the Attorney General Bill Barr to make as much as possible released. That's kind of where the two sides have differed, at least so far. But I think that because of what, for different reasons, there is still broad support for getting as much of this as released as possible, and I think that's pretty important.
You know, we're hearing questions that have come in from our viewers, and we've been soliciting questions since yesterday of readers and viewers who have a lot of questions about how this process is unfolding and where the news goes from here. But one person wrote in from Charlottesville, Michael wrote in and asked, did Robert Mueller ask Barr, the Attorney General, to weigh in on this question of obstruction? How is Barr able to make the conclusions? And did Mueller essentially intend that to be left to Congress or others? And what we're getting at here is Mueller comes to his own conclusions, and they're sort of twofold, and then Barr interprets them along with the AG, Assistant AG, Rod Rosenstein, and says, here's what we've concluded. But do we know if Mueller intended him to do that or Congress to make that decision?
So this is very much a moving target of reporting at this moment. Devlin, in our last segment, brought us the absolute latest reporting we've got, which is that there was a meeting 3 weeks ago where Mueller told Attorney General Barr that he had not come to a conclusion. I think what we don't yet know is whether there was conversation in that meeting about, you know, therefore it will be your job to make this conclusion, or what kind of conversation they had. I would presume that the report does not say, I believe it's Congress's job. First of all, because that's not the role of a prosecutor, and we know that Bob Mueller is a rule follower, and that would be a surprising tack for him to take. And also because I think that if Barr failed to tell Congress that Mueller had concluded it was their job, he would come under such fire when the report later comes out that he's too savvy to allow that to happen. So my assumption is that the report itself is silent on this point, and we're just going to have to report out whether there was verbal conversation between Barr and Mueller about it.
And regardless of what the report actually says and what Mueller says in it, it automatically does turn into a political question, because I think Democrats have for the most part have acknowledged the conclusion in the report, but again, because there is this open question on the obstruction of justice point, you can see House Democrats particularly really amping to continue their investigations on that point, and how far they go will be interesting to watch.
So let's remind ourselves, we heard on Friday evening that Mueller was handing this over to the Attorney General, and then we were waiting for the weekend, and we just got yesterday the Attorney General's 4-page summary. And so Rick from Drake, Colorado is asking, well, it seems like Barr and Rosenstein reached a speedy conclusion that Trump didn't obstruct justice, especially since Mueller pointed out that there were many complex issues and laws in play. Was this a quick timeline to summarize the report?
Right. Well, there had been quite a bit of criticism just since yesterday around that very idea. You know, Bob Mueller and his team wrestled with this for months, and Barr spends 48 hours with it. I think that history will not bear that criticism up in its entirety because of the fact that we now know that there was this meeting 3 weeks ago, so there was some additional time for Barr to be looking at this. I assume part of that meeting was kind of laying out some of what they actually looked at. So Barr's been looking at it for 3 weeks, and don't forget, Rod Rosenstein has been intimately involved with this investigation since the very beginning. And Barr also indicated that Rosenstein was part of these discussions.
People are asking for a refresher on why Barr didn't have to recuse himself. We're getting one question from Los Angeles about, you know, his ability to be objective in this case, questioning that because of the public statements he made beforehand. Let's get back to that in a moment, but first, let's listen to President Trump.
Mr. President, so did this turn out to not be a witch hunt after all? You think Robert Mueller did a...
It's lasted a long time. We're glad it's over. It's 100% the way it should have been. I wish it could have gone a lot sooner, a lot quicker. There are a lot of people out there that have done some very, very evil things, very bad things, I would say treasonous things against our country. And hopefully that people that have done such harm to our country, we've gone through a period of really bad things happening. Those people will certainly be looked at. I've been looking at them for a long time, and I'm saying, why haven't they been looked at? They lied to Congress. Many of them, you know who they are. They've done so many evil things. I will tell you, I love this country. I love this country as much as I can love anything. My family, my country, my God. But what they did, it was a false narrative. It was a terrible thing. We can never let this happen to another president again. I can tell you that. I say it very strongly. Very few people I know could have handled it. We can never, ever let this happen to another president again. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
President Trump at the White House just moments ago with the Israeli Prime Minister. I'm joined by Robert Costa now. Let's just get your reaction to how the president is talking about the Mueller investigation, Bob.
The president said he would not like to see a special counsel investigation like this happen again. He's going to be under pressure from some Republicans. Senator Lindsey Graham and others have called for a second special counsel to investigate the Justice Department. It'll be a real decision to see if the president backs that or not, if he's just alluding to the fact that he doesn't like the process, or will he actually push to further the tensions between the Department of Justice and his administration. At the same time, you see the president in a celebratory mood. This is someone who politically feels he's in a different position today than he was last Friday.
And yet, there's still the open question of how Robert Mueller came to conclusions regarding the question of obstruction of justice. And there's room for nuance and there's room for complication. And even though we have the Attorney General saying that he and the Deputy Attorney General, Rod Rosenstein, have concluded that the evidence is not sufficient to establish that the president committed an obstruction of justice, that is not so clear-cut when it comes to the special counsel's determination. I just want to read to you that we have a direct quote from the Barr letter saying the special counsel states that, quote, while this report does not conclude the president committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. So where does that leave the president?
In a legal proceeding, it's not about being proven innocent, it's about being proven guilty. So this did not rise to the level of a crime in the eyes of the Justice Department. Whether it rises to the level of an impeachable offense, that will be up to Congress to decide. There's already a lot of evidence out there publicly that's been reported by the Washington Post and others about the president's conduct that could raise congressional concerns. His firing of James Comey at the FBI, different tweets he has done, pressuring the Attorney General at the time, Jeff Sessions. There are a lot of facts out there we already know about the president's conduct, where if you're a congressional Democrat or even a Republican, you may say that's inappropriate conduct by a president of the United States. It's going to be difficult politically for some Democrats to make that case, and you have Speaker Pelosi holding off on the impeachment theme right now because she knows more investigations need to be done, and she would like to see those underlying documents. But William Barr, the Attorney General, may hold back in giving over those documents if he feels it's inappropriate to provide tons of information. But it's hard to see at this point how the Justice Department can make a compelling case that the public should not be able to see most of this report. Maybe some aspects of it on the Russia side would be classified for intelligence reasons. But in the obstruction front, it's hard to see why something would be left off and not seen by the public.
Any impeachment proceeding would have to start in the House. So while it's interesting to hear what senators say and they can conduct investigations, Republicans still control the Senate and the House is the place where the action would have to begin. What is your reflection now about Speaker Pelosi's comments to the Washington Post a couple of weeks ago, sort of backing off from impeachment a bit? She got criticized by some on the left, but now it seems like it might have been a very savvy strategy.
She's a political realist. She knows that President Trump, at least between now and January of 2021, is not going to be removed from office. Why is that? Because even if House Democrats choose to impeach President Trump, if they impeach him, it would become a trial in the Senate, and the Senate being controlled by Republicans and post this conclusion by the Attorney General, it's very hard to see, almost impossible to see how the U.S. Senate in these circumstances would ever formally remove President Trump from office. So if you do proceed with impeachment in the House, it is in many respects a political act because it would die on arrival in the Senate.
Well, the developments over the weekend with the Mueller report have not been lost on Democrats who are vying to replace President Trump in 2020. Our colleagues Rhonda Colvin and Joyce Koh have been following the reaction on the campaign trail, and they join us now with what's being said. Joyce.
Yeah, Libby, there was certainly no shortage of opinions on the campaign trail. Democratic candidates were out this weekend, and by the end of the day yesterday, they were basically unified in their messaging, saying that they wanted to see the full report, basically not taking Attorney General William Barr for his word.
That's right, and we followed many of them throughout the weekend. Before the Attorney General's report did come out, his letter did come out, and here's what they had to say.
The Mueller report must be made public. All of it. Nobody in this country, not even the president, is above the law or immune from accountability.
It is absolutely imperative that the Trump administration make that full report public.
At once in office, the President of the United States sought to obstruct justice first by firing the principal investigator into what had happened in the 2016 election, and then, in the light of day, tweeting at his Attorney General to stop the Russia investigation.
And I believe in this moment of history, I think Barr is going to understand that this is a moment where he can affirm and support the integrity of our government and restore people's faith in the system.
And of course, those candidates stayed on message even after Attorney General William Barr's letter was released to Congress. So that suggests that this is going to be an issue ongoing on the campaign trail. We do have about 8 House and Senate members who are running for president. So there's going to be some overlap of what happens here with that investigation and what we hear on the campaign trail. I also noticed, too, Kamala Harris, she gave a speech yesterday at Morehouse College in Atlanta, and the crowd erupted when she said, "We've got to get to the bottom of this." So even some of their supporters right now are taking that stance of those candidates, saying, yes, we don't believe that he was fully exonerated in this investigation. And you'll be watching the campaign trail. Do you think this is going to continue on and we're hearing more?
Yeah, I mean, it's highly likely that President Trump will continue to use this to his advantage. He's already done so. We've seen that in his reaction. We've seen that in tweets that he's tweeted over the weekend. He has called this a witch hunt, and he said no collusion with Russia for the last 2 years, and the Attorney General's summary really supported that. On the Democratic side, it's a little more unclear how this could take shape for the Democrats. If this was an unfavorable outcome for President Trump, it would have been undoubtedly a talking point for Democrats, but with the results that we're seeing out of the Attorney General's summary, it could take a little bit of a shift. We also heard from our reporter David Weigel yesterday, who was saying that he's talked to some Democratic candidates in the past who would go into interviews wanting to talk about DACA, wanting to talk about health care, and then being asked about the Russia investigation. So it'll be interesting to see if they will be relieved to pivot a little bit away from this. But really, it could take shape for 2020. It could add to the conversation, and it could also shift the conversation away from Russia. So we'll just have to wait and see. Libby?
So much. Joyce Koh and Rhonda Colvin. That's my question, Bob. Are some Democrats going to be relieved to move on from this topic and pivot to issues where they want to affect change in government? And will Democrats come along with them? Because we are hearing from people like Jonathan wrote to us from Virginia and says, I'm left-leaning, but it seems like many on the left are disappointed to hear the president was not found to be colluding or conspiring with Russia. This seems a little backwards to him. But there are Democrats who are outraged at how the Attorney General's summary is coming out.
They may be outraged, and that outrage could fuel part of the Democratic presidential race. Even as candidates want to move on to other issues, they will always be pulled back into the riptide of congressional matters. Congress will still pursue the obstruction question. The question is now, is this shadow lifting not only from the Trump presidency, but over the 2020 Democratic presidential field? For so long, as Dave Weigel was reporting, Democrats have been asked about the Mueller probe. Now can they turn their attention, turn the voters' attention, turn the country's attention to new issues, healthcare, jobs, education, and really win some attention for issues that matter to people when they're at their kitchen table. It's also going to be a test for Democratic presidential candidates who will step forward in this upended environment and make a compelling case that they are now poised and best positioned to beat President Trump in 2020, to win back the voters he won in 2016. And because a lot of Democrats were hoping that the Mueller probe would somehow be a burden for President Trump, that it would make it easier for them to beat him in 2020. Some Democrats were certain Mueller would find certain things. Now that we have these conclusions from Mueller based on the Attorney General's summary, it changes the dynamics for the entire race.
What about other investigations into President Trump? Michael Cohen and the question of how he has testified before Congress, but also this question of payouts
Right.
to women who allege they had affairs with the president. Where does that all fall into both Democrats' messaging as well as the president's defense?
Those are serious issues, and the investigations continue with the federal prosecutors in New York, the U.S. attorneys at the Southern District in New York City. You also have the Manhattan District Attorney Cyrus Vance mounting his own investigations. There are state investigations in New York into things like the Trump Foundation. All those are serious matters that Democratic contenders could certainly bring up on the campaign trail. Politically, though, they look back on 2016 and they say voters knew in November of 2016 that President Trump said certain words on the Access Hollywood tape. They knew he had a history of personal behavior, we'll leave it there, that brought up certain questions about his conduct and various things, yet he still was able to win a majority in the Electoral College. So the Democrats are going to have some decisions made about what's actually the strategy now. Do you really want to focus on Michael Cohen and payments to Stormy Daniels and others, or do you want to go back to healthcare and jobs and know that the obstruction questions are out there, know that the Michael Cohen questions are out there, but those are maybe now not at the center?
How powerful is the SDNY investigation process here?
I mean, it's huge, but the SDNY, we have to see, are they making a case against President and Trump Organization in almost a RICO-style way, where they're making a whole corruption argument against the president? Is he actually a target of that investigation and his conduct? That remains to be seen, and it's hard to say exactly how the SDNY concludes its investigation. At this point, it's difficult for a federal prosecutor to go after a president of the United States while they're in office for constitutional reasons, because you're going after the commander-in-chief, the chief executive of the executive branch, which also oversees the Justice Department. So Attorney General Bill Barr would probably have some say over that as well.
Let's take a look at Democrats to watch as Democrats have taken over the House and they lead committees. Obviously, Adam Schiff, head of the Intelligence Committee, though. We're also looking at Elijah Cummings, who's been holding oversight hearings. Jerry Nadler has already been in the process with the Judiciary Committee. And then we're watching Richard Neal, who's perhaps lesser known, but he's head of Ways and Means, so he could dip into this question of the president's taxes. And then Eliot Engel on the Foreign Affairs Committee, pursuing not just necessarily Russia, but perhaps other state actors and other countries that may have been trying to interfere in our election process. Who are you watching here?
Chairman Schiff is someone who will be interesting to watch. Does he continue to raise questions about the president's campaign, or is it more about Russian interference in our elections? Does he change his focus away from President Trump in any way? Elijah Cummings, the chairman of the Oversight Committee, he really matters because beyond Russia and beyond even obstruction of justice, he's going to look at the president's conduct while in office, the conduct of his cabinet secretaries, of his advisors like Jared Kushner. Did he have a proper security clearance? Is he using private email or not? So Cummings matters at this moment more than the others because he's oversight. And Schiff is important because Russian interference is a serious issue. At the same time, because Mueller has made such a conclusion on Russian interference and how President Trump did not conspire, in his view, it makes Schiff perhaps a little bit more in the background as we move forward.
MC writes in from Arlington, Virginia, and asks, what are possible avenues that congressional Democrats could use to gain access to the full Mueller report, potentially with no redactions? Is there a chance that members of Congress, whether they're on intel hold other positions, could see more than the public, because we're talking about Barr saying he needs to go through it and take out anything that relates to grand jury testimony or take out anything that relates to ongoing investigations.
We first have to figure out what does it actually mean when we say the Mueller report, because based on my conversations with some people familiar with the Justice Department and how this whole thing works, Robert Mueller could have a conclusion of his own, similar to the Barr letter, that summarizes his own investigation that may only be a few pages long, or maybe 10 or 20 pages long, or 50 pages long. But the documents involved with the investigation could go on for thousands of pages, from all the interviews with the witnesses, from the grand jury. So if Mueller has a summary of his own, it's hard to see how that 95% of it doesn't get released to the public eventually, or doesn't leak through the media to the public eventually. But it's Congress is going to have a tough time getting those underlying documents, because Mueller and his team may not want to reveal every single document because it could allude to criminal behavior that they haven't proven, or that it's just one witness's version of events. And so legally, justice officials want to be very careful about allowing information out into the public that may signal that someone committed criminal wrongdoing. Yet if the Justice Department is choosing not to prosecute, it's unfair to have that kind of information sitting out there and making it seem like someone committed a crime. So that's why it's going to be a negotiation between Barr, Mueller, Congress.
How much do the choices of James Comey hang over all of this and his decisions to come out and talk about Hillary Clinton, and whether she was cleared or not cleared, whether they were looking into something or not looking into something, especially so close to the election?
We're going to hear more questions about Comey and Clinton, Secretary Clinton, if the Republicans choose to pursue a second special counsel to investigate how the Justice Department handled those issues. Former Director Comey remains someone at the center of all this on the obstruction question, yet the Republicans are making the case that President Trump, by firing Comey, did not obstruct justice because he was the so-called CEO of the Justice Department as President of the United States, and he was within his constitutional rights to make a change at the Department of Justice. It would be obstruction of justice if the president had corrupt intent in firing Director Comey. If somehow Mr. Mueller or Congress was able to prove that the president was trying to rattle the investigation by firing Comey. And there are comments that raise questions about this already that are in the public. The president's interview with Lester Holt. Remember, he said to Lester Holt years ago, "I need to get this Russia thing off my back. That's in part why I fired Jim Comey." So was that corrupt intent? It's hard to say, and that's why justice officials often struggle to figure out what is someone's intent. And so when you see Mueller conclude it does not exonerate the president, it's because without the president sitting for an interview with Robert Mueller, it's hard for him to come up with a conclusion. And that's going to be one of the things history looks back on here. Why did Robert Mueller decide not to issue a subpoena to President Trump to testify before the grand jury, even do an interview? Now, based on some conversations I've had, Mueller's very careful. He's a traditionalist. He didn't want to have a huge battle with a subpoena unless he really was ready to have that battle. But we never really had the president's words in his own words. We had the president, through written statements, defend his own actions, but we never had him do an interview. And that's what tripped up President Clinton back in the 90s, doing that interview with the special counsel.
I want to show some of that interview with Lester Holt, because it is this question of what the president did in plain sight and what he talked about in the public. Let's watch this.
Regardless of recommendation, I was going to fire Comey, knowing there was no good time to do it. And in fact, when I decided to just do it, I said to myself, I said, this Russia thing with Trump and Russia is a made-up story. It's an excuse by the Democrats for having lost an election that they should have won. And the reason they should have won it is the Electoral College is almost impossible for a Republican to win. Very hard, because you start off at such a disadvantage. So everybody was thinking they should have won the election. This was an excuse for having lost an election.
Are you angry with Mr. Comey because of his Russia investigation?
I just want somebody that's competent. I am a big fan of the FBI.
President Trump talking there to Lester Holt back in May of 2017. Bob, can you separate out for us questions of what's done in public and how significant that is versus what's done in private when it comes to obstruction?
Well, it doesn't matter if it's public or private. What matters is the intent. Was the intent to hurt the investigation. If the intent was to hurt the investigation, then that shows corrupt intent. But this is something for lawyers to debate in a way, because the president's tweets, his critics argue, hurt the investigation by calling it a witch hunt and those sorts of things. And it's going to be tough for the Democrats to find. The Democrats really want to know, is there private information that's not actually reported yet about the president's conduct? Because right now there's a public case you can make against the president for obstruction if you're a Democrat. But the Democrats want these underlying documents because they say, we know the public case, but what else is out there that we could use as we think about our next steps in Congress?
Robert Costa, thank you so much for joining us. It's great to hear your perspective. National political reporter covering the White House, Congress, and campaigns.
Thank you.
Let's go back now to Capitol Hill, where Rhonda Colvin and Joyce Coe are stationed. Rhonda, from your perspective, where does Congress go from here?
Well, Libby, I think where Congress will go from here is we're going to really see the extent of power that congressional committees have. We've already seen in preparation of this report's release and the AG's letter, we saw 6 House members who are leaders of the committees, relevant committees, such as Judiciary, Intel, Ways and Means. They all had a joint letter last month in preparation and saying that they wanted to press the DOJ to be very transparent about this, or else they would use the full extent of power that they have in their committees. We've heard from Representative Schiff ongoing from the last month and even over this weekend, Representative Nadler, who say that they will be either bringing Mueller in or Barr in. And we do know from our own reporting that members of the Judiciary Committee have reached out to the DOJ to schedule time with AG Barr soon. So we likely will be seeing him in a hearing. And of course, this should not come to any surprise to us. We watched the Barr confirmation hearing, and I want to show a clip of what happened there. It's an excerpt that shows that Democrats are definitely going to push for Barr to return to Congress. Let's take a listen.
And will you commit that you will come to Congress and explain any deletions or changes that are made to that report before it is issued?
Okay, so there are different reports at work here. Which report are you? There are two different
about
reports.
The special counsel report.
Okay, well, under the current regulations, the special counsel report is confidential, and
But
the report
will you
that goes public would be a report by the Attorney General.
Will you commit that you will explain to us any changes or deletions that you make to the special counsel report that's submitted to you in whatever you present to us?
I will commit to providing as much information as I can consistent with the regulations.
So, of course, it remains to be seen when any of these hearings will take place, but we likely will see more conversation with Barr or even Mueller here to explain further this report. And Joyce, we both were here when Attorney General William Barr was confirmed and went through that hearing beforehand. What did you think about Blumenthal and what he said during those moments?
Yeah, we'll both remember we spoke to Blumenthal after that exchange, and he was not happy with the answers that he was getting from the Attorney General, William Barr, at the time, and so were Democrats. They weren't happy. They felt like they wanted more. They wanted him to say that he would release the full report, essentially. And that's what led to that the vote in the Senate along party lines. Now, William Barr, throughout his confirmation hearing, was repeatedly saying that he wanted to be as transparent as possible, but he was also clear in saying that he would assert the discretion that he had if he were to be confirmed into this position. And with Mueller's report coming out, that he would also stay within the rules of the special counsel.
And we will be here likely all week as the rest of this unfolds, as we see potential hearings shape up in regard to this release of this report. So back to you all in the studio.
Rhonda Colvin and Joyce Coe, thank you so much. I'm joined by Matt Zapotosky, covers the Justice Department and has been deep into the story for years now, basically, and Aaron Blake, senior political reporter for The Fix. Thanks so much to both of you. Matt, one thing we're trying to separate out, of course, is the Barr letter versus the Mueller report.
Sure.
Bob Costa was just saying that the Mueller report itself is a little bit undefined because we don't know how extensive it may be, and we don't know if he has a summary and then also a lot of background materials as well. When we talk about hoping to see the Mueller report. What does that mean in your mind?
So the special counsel regulations contemplate this report that Mueller delivers to the Attorney General, essentially walking through who they decided to charge and why, and who they didn't decide to charge and why. So that is what we're talking about when we refer to the Mueller report. We're told that's a pretty comprehensive document, that we don't know sort of critical things you would want to know, like how many pages is it, like what's sort of the structure of it, aside from there's one section that's devoted to coordination and one section that's devoted to obstruction, which we know from Barr's summary of it. All we know now are sort of Barr's top line conclusions, which is there wasn't any coordination, or that Mueller couldn't substantiate a coordination case, and that Mueller kind of waffled on the question of obstruction, and Barr himself decided, well, no, we couldn't make an obstruction case. But there's so many facts that we don't know, and I would expect that Mueller's report, the actual thing he gave to Barr that informed this summary, would have a lot of those facts,
What are you looking for? Like, what are you looking for answers to?
All sorts of things. I mean, we don't really know Mueller's view on the Trump Tower meeting. I'd be curious to see if there was any prosecutions that he considered out of that. On the question of obstruction, we know that he waffled on it, but clearly he must have gone through some analysis. There's a quote that Barr pulls out of there that's sort of like, we're not exonerating the president. Well, what is the context of that? I mean, did they run through this laundry list of public and non-public things about how the president might have obstructed justice, or maybe didn't? I mean, I'm curious to know the exact language he used, and I think that the public is curious too, because they see him as a lot more independent than Bill Barr, who was appointed by President Trump himself.
Questions you have, Aaron?
Lots of, I've been answering questions all day from readers who have sent them in. A lot of people are interested in Barr's role in this, as Matt just mentioned. The idea that the politically appointed Attorney General, who just came into the position a couple of months ago, would be in the position to make that final determination of obstruction of justice after Mueller essentially punted on that question, or apparently punted on that question. What are the implications of that? I had a reader from Sweden who wrote in and said, this is how your system of justice works, where you let the appointed guy to make this call eventually. A lot of people interested in kind of where we go from here. The fact that Rick Gates and Michael Flynn are still cooperating. How could they still be cooperating if Mueller's shutting down his probe? Well, the answer there is that there are other spin-offs of this that have been farmed out to different offices. And then a lot of people seem very interested in, specific wording in Barr's letter. The fact that when he talks about collusion, he refers specifically to the Russian government and not just to Russians more broadly. People wondering if maybe William Barr has chosen some very specific language in this report to maybe spin it in a way that's more favorable towards the president. We obviously don't know anything about that right now. We only have what William Barr has told us, what he has quoted from Robert Mueller's report. But certainly it's going to be very interesting to try and square this letter with what we eventually hopefully see from the actual report that comes out and all the findings that have to do with obstruction and collusion.
Two words that we've been using are conspiracy versus collusion. The headline in the Washington Post today talks about Mueller finds no conspiracy is the key word. This is according to the Attorney General, filtered through the Attorney General. But why conspiracy as the official legal language versus collusion?
Yeah, there's just no charge in federal law that sort of collusion. The charge is conspiracy. It seems like a lot of people get worked up on this point because the president uses the word so aggressively, and people say, well, that's not in the law, but it's just a colloquialism, right? We know what we're talking about. Did the Russian government and the Trump campaign coordinate? Did they work together to influence the election? You can call it collusion, you can call it conspiracy. We chose sort of the more precise legal term, but I wouldn't have a great objection if someone wanted to use the word collusion.
And by the way, Mueller's team has used the word collusion in at least one or two court filings, so they also seem to view this as kind of an umbrella term that takes in many different kinds of crimes of conspiracy. Oftentimes we don't use the specific language from the legal code because it's very jargony and people don't know what the word means. So I sympathize with people who don't like the word collusion because they think it's not actually a crime, but generally speaking, it does mean what we think it does.
Aaron Blake and Matt Zapotosky here with us. You can still send in questions. Aaron's been fielding questions on The Fix, and we're using some of those questions and incorporating them both from social media and from what people wrote in over the last 24 hours. So many questions about where things go from here and just the timeline of things. People are very hungry for information and knowledge, and there's been this big buildup to get access to the Mueller report, and now with this 4-page summary, some feel very satisfied and vindicated. Watch the president's family tweeting out responses, but other people just are hungry for more information. Do we have any sense of when this could come?
I wish I could tell people, and I wish I knew for my own personal schedule and sanity. I was looking back at the Hillary Clinton email investigation. There was another high-profile investigation. There was a great call to sort of release the underlying materials. Kind of this case in reverse. Jim Comey came out and said, we couldn't charge her with a crime, but she was extremely careless in the handling of her emails. Here we have Mueller saying, well, I don't really know about obstruction, but I'm not exonerating the guy. Very similar circumstances in that respect. And then there's this great call from the political opponents of the person being investigated. Well, that's not good enough. We need to know more about what happened. In Hillary Clinton's case, we learned more almost immediately when Jim Comey came to the Hill and testified about exactly what they found. So that was a more immediate step. But it took about 2 months before we had this first big release of actual documents. And the first sort of significant ones were this big FBI investigative summary. This is about 2 months after Jim Comey's famous press conference. And it also had a report of Clinton's interview, sort of a substantive underlying document. I do think that case is going to set a precedent that maybe the Justice Department wouldn't like, which is you've got to release a lot here. You know, in that case, over time, it wasn't just in the 2 months afterwards, but over time, we got all sorts of reports of interviews from the investigation. Although 2 months, I'm sure, is not going to hearten people. You know, people want to know right now. Bill Barr is working right now, but I don't think this is going to be a today thing.
We got a question from Twitch asking about if we'll see Robert Mueller. Does he sort of fade from the public, from the little bit of public view and public imagination that he's been in, Aaron?
I don't think he's going to start talking publicly like Jim Comey.
Right.
That's the question. I mean, he's always been
and writing a book.
He's always been a very by the book guy. I mean, I think if we see him speak, it will probably be a situation in which he is called to testify.
And the likelihood of that happening versus the Attorney General being the one who ends up being the face of this on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'd like to see both of them testify. I think they think that maybe they can get some information out of Mueller that they obviously couldn't get from Barr because Mueller's the guy who did all this investigating. I'm more skeptical that Mueller would step outside the bounds of what has been released in that, actually comes to be released by the Justice Department from his report, given he is a very by-the-book guy. And then Barr would be brought up there, and I think I saw he is going to be testifying in a couple of weeks in front of the House, that he will be asked about potential political motivations. You know, how much did your views of obstruction of justice as a crime and the Mueller investigation more generally impact your conclusion about that? What about your views of executive authority? Did that impact your conclusion that the president hadn't in fact committed obstruction of justice? I think those are the questions that Democrats really want to get from him.
Another great question from Twitch. So why did Mueller indict a whole bunch of people, but when it comes to Trump, he says it's not his decision to make a call on this question of obstruction of justice?
Well, obstruction of justice is just a really hard thing. I mean, even if you look at a lot of the obstructive cases that Mueller brought, Roger Stone being an exception, people pleaded guilty to this. It's super easy to prove a case when someone says, yeah, I did that. With Trump, he couldn't do that. He didn't even seek to interview him with a subpoena. He did seek to interview him, but he didn't take the most dramatic step that he would have needed to take to get him in front of investigators and answering questions. It's just a tough case. I mean, this question of what is on the president's mind when he's doing things, is he trying to influence an ongoing proceeding? It's very tough. A lot of what Trump does is public, which certainly doesn't matter if you try to obstruct an investigation and everybody watches you do it. It's no different than if you do it in secret, but it could speak to your intent. If you don't feel like you're doing anything wrong, then you might be willing to let people watch. You know, talking on Twitter, people say, well, that's obstruction. It also could just be him venting, and that certainly wouldn't be a problem. A lot of people under investigation don't want to be under investigation and express frustration with investigators. So there was just a lot of thorny questions. I would be curious, I am really curious to see what exactly Robert Mueller says about all that. We only have this top line conclusion, but this would have been maybe a tricky case.
Vice President Mike Pence is already reacting and talking about this summary from the Attorney General. He was at AIPAC this morning. Let's listen to what the Vice President had to say.
Yesterday was a great day for our country, our president, and every American who cherishes the truth. After 2 years of investigation and reckless accusations by many Democrats and members of the media, the special counsel confirmed what President Trump said all along, There was no collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia during the 2016 election, and the Attorney General confirmed there was no obstruction of justice. Make no mistake about it, my fellow Americans, this was a total vindication of the President of the United States and our campaign. And it should be welcomed by every American. And even if some Democrats want to spend more time on discredited allegations, the American people can be confident. The President and I are going to continue to focus where we always have, on the issues that are most important to our country, on a stronger and more prosperous America, and on a safer world. And that's exactly what we've done since the first day of this administration.
The Vice President speaking at AIPAC this morning. We're now joined by Philip Brecher, White House Bureau Chief. Phil, talk to us about the White House reaction and how you anticipate them talking about this in the days ahead.
Well, they've been taking victory laps all morning long. The reaction is pretty positive at the White House. They view this as a huge political victory for the president and a legal one as well. And they're shifting from talking just about the findings of the conclusions that Mueller drew, according to the Attorney General, to trying to take a more retaliatory position. President Trump is out there saying today that a lot of evil people did evil things in pursuing this investigation and that they should be held accountable. He's not named any names, but you could imagine he might be talking about Jim Comey or McCabe or some of the other targets that he has had throughout. And the president's allies in Congress are pushing investigations into the investigators. We saw Senator Lindsey Graham of the Judiciary Committee do a press conference today calling for just that. And so I think we're going to see a continued aggressive posture from the administration, from the White House rather, and the president to try to make people pay a price for an investigation that he believes was wrong, costly, and far too long and detrimental to his presidency and to the country.
Aaron, can you talk more about what your impressions were as the president is talking about sort of this retaliation?
Yeah, I mean, I think it maybe wasn't assured that he would go down this route, but it was very likely. This is a guy who has talked about treasonous activity with a number of people in the past, including Peter Strzok, including people who leaked out of the White House and the administration. He once suggested that people who didn't stand for him at the State of the Union were guilty of treason or could be guilty of treason. He has always been a counterpuncher. He has always been a guy who is going to exert his will over people by making them pay for running afoul of him. And so the idea that he would just kind of find out that this report which came out, which was actually pretty good for him, and just kind of let it all go away and not fight back in some way, I think was a little bit fanciful. He's always going to make sure that people like Comey, people like Michael Cohen, who I think was one of his references today when he talked about people who allegedly lied to Congress. He's going to make sure those people continue to pay a political price and a personal price for accusing him of certain things.
We talked a little earlier about sort of the shadow of Comey hanging over this, and we heard from Bob Costa, digging into some questions about just what role Comey may have played. But I'm also wondering about the decisions that the former FBI director made when it came to Hillary Clinton and his public statements about investigations, about when they were wrapping, when they weren't wrapping, making calls so close to the election, how that's now going to influence the delicacy that Robert Mueller or the Attorney General approach naming names and redactions. And if people were investigated but they were not charged with anything, even if some big questions came up about them, is there going to be a likelihood to sort of see more of a gentle approach in making sure those names are redacted, that they're not mentioned if they were not ultimately charged? And I'm thinking of people like the president's relatives.
So in the Clinton case, we saw so much information, and in a relatively quick amount of time. It maybe wasn't weeks, but a couple of months. I think I mentioned earlier we saw the report of Hillary Clinton's interview and an investigative summary. After that, we just saw dozens and dozens of reports of interviews, and even when names were redacted, it was sort of so clear who they were, Huma Abedin, her other top aides. And the Justice Department, I think, realizes now that might have been a mistake. We showed too much. But this is the world we live in. In Hillary Clinton's case, you released a bevy of information Jim Comey, went on a media and Congress tour about it, both, in the heat of when it happened and then afterward when he wrote a book about it and got a Twitter account. So these are precedents the Justice Department sort of has to live with. I think internally now in the building, they don't like them. They wish they could sort of take that back, put the cat back in the bag, but that is very hard to do. I mean, we're living in the world that Jim Comey created, and that might press them to deliver more transparency. And it wasn't just the Clinton case. I mean, even in the Russia investigation, Rod Rosenstein has revealed a lot to angry congressmen who wanted to investigate the investigation. We saw for the first time maybe ever a foreign intelligence surveillance warrant on Carter Page, that they, not the whole thing, but they released large sections of. So they have, in recent months and years, had a practice of showing a lot of sensitive information about investigations, and they now have to live with that as people on the Hill clamor for Mueller's report to be released.
What do you both think about the precedent that set, and whether that could mean more information and more sunlight, or whether it could actually have the opposite effect of people trying to be conservative, not to have so much political blowback as they have with Clinton?
I think it's difficult to not disclose a whole lot, in large part because of the public demand for it and the fact that the president's involved. But also, the Clinton precedent is one thing, but as Matt mentioned, the precedents within this investigation are also there. The FISA one is a huge one. How are you suddenly going to take, as a Republican, a stance that this should not be, the report should not be released, that suddenly you think that there are very sensitive things that can't be out there when you decided that you wanted to have a FISA warrant be out there. So, that might not ultimately matter with the Justice Department's decision, but it's certainly going to weigh on them, at least as far as public pressure goes.
There's so much that's sort of fascinating politically about this, Phil, when it the idea of what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? What's fair for a Hillary Clinton? Is it fair for a Donald Trump? How is the White House line squaring up with the basic expectations they've set? There's been so much ripping apart of Mueller, and now suddenly everyone from the White House perspective is like, this is good job.
Yeah, it's so interesting because for almost 2 years now we've seen President Trump and his aides at the White House and his allies really tear Mueller apart, call him conflicted, biased, not worthy of this position, somebody whose conclusions could not be trusted. Remember the 13 angry Democrats, the 17 angry Democrats? That's Trump's nickname for the team of prosecutors and investigators that Mueller assembled. And then just an hour ago, Trump was asked in the White House whether he thought Mueller acted honorably, and he said yes, he did. So it's a complete reversal from the line from the president, and that's simply because the president happens to like the conclusion that Mueller reached. And I think you're going to see the White House embrace this Mueller report as almost a word of God, as something that cannot be challenged or questioned. And you're going to see on Capitol Hill the Democrats, of course, digging in, wanting to get more information, wanting to get the report, wanting to get the documentation, everything they can get at regarding this obstruction question. And Trump is going to say, no, Mueller already ruled, and he said there was no collusion and no obstruction.
But of course he didn't say no
right, but you're going to continue to hear President Trump say that, I think.
But this does put Democrats in a tough spot. I mean, we have seen Adam Schiff, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, come out and say that he sees direct evidence of collusion. Now Robert Mueller has said he does not see evidence of collusion. We have seen House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jerry Nadler come forward and say that he sees evidence that he actually said it was very clear that there was obstruction of justice here, even as he said the investigation needs to move forward. How does he handle this now that there is not a definitive conclusion from the man who has been investigating this for the better part of the last 2 years? Democrats also need to contend with the impeachment fervor in their base. I mean, if they keep moving forward and they argue that this investigation was not viable or that Mueller screwed something up, is that going to make people in the base more enthusiastic about impeachment, which is not something that the Democratic Party leaders want to do? There are a lot of very difficult decisions for Democrats right now.
People are asking about pardons and whether this might make the president more likely to issue pardons, and might it also be on a faster timeline than it otherwise could have been. Phil, do we have any insight into that?
The latest reporting we have is that there are no discussions underway at this hour right now about a presidential pardon. That doesn't mean the president, could tweet something in a few hours and say, I've decided I'm going to pardon Paul Manafort, and all of a sudden those discussions start happening, but there's no process underway yet. That being said, this is a president who we've seen really take to his power to grant pardons, to this clemency power. He has used it for political reasons. The first pardon he issued was to Sheriff Joe Arpaio of Arizona, a political supporter of his, and I think, you know, we could see that the conclusion of the Mueller investigation emboldens the president to feel like he can go out now and pardon the people he think have been wronged through this investigation. And the top of that list would have to be Paul Manafort, his former campaign chairman, who the president has spoken very sympathetically about.
Is there a lower political risk at this point in doing that, or does that remain to be seen, Aaron?
I think there's lower risk right now. Certainly, if this had been a very derogatory report about the president and he started pardoning people who maybe hadn't cooperated as much as, you know, maybe Paul Manafort, who actually, you know, was found to have lied during his cooperation with prosecutors, it would have been a lot more difficult if this report was bad for Trump. And so I think that the odds of pardons may have gone up, even if we're not necessarily able to put a percentage figure on how likely they are.
I want to pull at some threads. Speaking of Paul Manafort, the Washington Post has reported, and we've covered, that Manafort gave polling data related to the 2016 campaign to Konstantin Kilimnik. We've seen Mueller's own investigators and their findings detail some of this. What is that if not working with Russians to share information?
I think there was a lot of sort of contact between the Trump campaign people, and Russians. You also had this Russian lawyer who comes and meets with Jared and Don Jr. offering dirt on Hillary Clinton, although
This
it
is
doesn't
the Trump
amount to
Tower
anything.
meeting, and a lot of people wondered if that would be part of what Robert Mueller unveiled.
Right. Now, I think, though, it's important to note in the Bill Barr conclusions, it's not as if he says there is zero evidence, there's no evidence of coordination, but that Mueller kind of comes to the conclusion that there wasn't any. There are a lot of these threads that are interesting, but what he was trying to sort of determine is, like, were they actively working together, or was this like it happens, I guess, in a lot of elections where foreigners are sort of reaching out for their own sort of purposes and feeling people out, you know? And it feels like a lot of what we know so far was that. This Russian lawyer comes over promising dirt on Hillary Clinton, then ends up talking about this Magnitsky Act, adoption stuff. It doesn't really go anywhere. You could see where Mueller would say, well, that wasn't great to have an offer from a Russian lawyer with connections to the government who is promising damaging information on your opponent and take the meeting. That's not great, but that's not coordination, you know? And I think you could see that in a lot of different examples. We don't know a lot about the Manafort polling data Kilimnik episode. We hope to learn more, but maybe this is just another one of those, not great, but not criminal.
Aaron?
Yeah, and I think that's the point, is this is the common thread, that all of these links, there were many dots out there that were, you know, for people who were eager to connect those dots and create a conspiracy, it was, the evidence was there and it allowed them to do exactly that, but the dots were never necessarily connected in the reporting of our reporters or in a lot of other outlets. I think that, you know, there was a lot more skepticism than I think people realized that this would ultimately result in any charges of collusion, and we talked about how obstruction of justice is a difficult crime to prove because you need to prove the corrupt intent. Well, with collusion, you need to prove kind of like the quid pro quo. You know, I'll do this for you, and you know, you do this for me, kind of thing. There are a lot of things that need to happen in order to make that crime a reality, and certainly we hadn't seen those publicly.
We've been talking about this throughout the broadcast, but I'd like to hear your perspective, Matt, on why the president wasn't sort of forced to testify through the subpoena powers. Reporters earlier in the broadcast talked about how there was some concern that this would set a precedent, and if it went to the Supreme Court, and if it gave the president more power rather than less power, it could set a precedent that could have far-reaching effects. What's your perspective on why they didn't push harder for that?
So it's a great question, and we're still doing reporting to figure out more about it. We understand that there were pretty advanced discussions inside the special counsel's office and with the White House lawyers about this presidential interview, and inside the special counsel's office about whether to proceed with a subpoena. But there was kind of a two-pronged analysis. One, legally, can we do this? That isn't clear, you know. They had to answer, like, if he fought the subpoena and took this up to the Supreme Court, would we actually win? And if we lost, what would that mean for investigators who will come after us? Will this be a precedent that, like, you can't subpoena the commander-in-chief? And then 2, what would the impact on our investigation be? If they had sought to subpoena the president and he had resisted, we wouldn't be talking about the investigation being wrapped up right now. We might be talking about a year from now. Where would the public's faith in them be at that point if this was not a 22-month investigation, however many tens of million dollars, but a 4-year investigation and many more tens of millions of dollars? So there was a legal calculus, just can we do that, but also an impact on the investigation calculus inside. It was a tough call. I don't know specifically how they decided, well, it's just not worth it, but they clearly did, and they clearly weren't vetoed either, because we know they never were.
And that strategy paid off for President Trump to resist the subpoena, Phil. I'd love to get your thoughts on that, and then any other final thoughts you have.
It did, absolutely, and it was a real victory for Trump's legal team to be able to prevent him from doing that interview. He responded in those written questions, but that's really the extent of the president's engagement with the special counsel's office, as far as we know, and it was something they were determined to do from the beginning. They did not want him sitting for an interview. It's not that Trump doesn't have experience with this. Back as a private citizen, he's been deposed through numerous lawsuits. He's also lied on the record in those depositions numerous times. He oftentimes says things that are not true in public as president, and so his lawyers knew there was a real risk that he could perjure himself in an interview like that, and made it a priority to try to make the legal argument to the special counsel that he should just answer these questions in writing and not have a face-to-face interaction.
And they were successful at that. Final thoughts from all 3 of you. Phil, where do you go from here?
Well, I think we need to learn some more information. I mean, I'll be keeping an eye, just because I cover the White House, on the political sort of war taking shape here, but I'd love to see this report, and I think ultimately we will, the public will, at least see portions of it, and we'll learn a lot more about the story when we see it.
Aaron?
Don't underestimate what we don't know right now. I mean, this is the letter from somebody who is characterizing a very large report using a lot of very small sentence fragments in a lot of cases. You know, I think the White House understandably is going to be excited about this, but there could come a day where some evidence comes out that may not have been enough for Robert Mueller to decide this was obstruction of justice, but could be very harmful for the president, because it was serious enough where he was not willing to exonerate the president.
And Matt Zapotosky, from the legal perspective?
So I think we have a good parallel of what happens over the next couple of years in the Clinton email case. There was a moment when it ended, and because of the political fire, it sort of didn't end. It still hasn't ended, and I would imagine it's going to play out largely the same way. Democrats will never, ever be satisfied. They'll pull at every little thread to try to attack Trump, and they will find some useful ones, as we saw in the Hillary Clinton email investigation. Guess we'll see if in 2 months it just sort of reopens. That would be crazy, but.
Well, Matt Zapotosky, national security reporter covering the Justice Department, Aaron Blake, senior political reporter for The Fix, and Philip Rucker, White House bureau chief. Thanks so much to all of you and our other journalists for joining us today. I'm Libby Casey here at The Washington Post. Thank you for tuning in. You can subscribe on whatever medium you're watching, whether it's at WashingtonPost.com or you can subscribe on YouTube. We'll notify you and let you know when we have other broadcasts like this. Thank you so much for watching, and stay tuned for more reporting from our team.